Okay, wait. I think we're good. I'm trying to look on my phone to see if this is working. Oh, okay. Does appear like it's working. Wow. Okay. Oh my god. I'm just getting some stuff ready here before we start. Let's see. Pull up some benchmarks. Okay. All right, so welcome everybody. I have never live streamed anything before in my life, but I saw that the Zephyrus G14 and G16 are, well, I saw them come out the other day, went ahead and picked up both, and figured I would go ahead and do this versus waiting like 6 months before getting a full review out, which I will also do. Hopefully it doesn't take 6 months, but hopefully everyone can hear me too. This is like, I seriously don't know what I'm doing. I hope I connected everything. I'm using my girl's MacBook, and I have everything looking like a freaking like bird's nest over here with wires. But hopefully you guys can see what's happening. So yeah, I will be doing a full review still, but today I at least wanted to cover a few things. I went ahead and put a little text in the corner there with some stuff that we're going to cover. So I don't even know if I didn't even look spell check or anything, so I have no idea if I typed this right. But yeah, so these are just some of the things we're going to cover, and I'll do some comparisons to the 2023 G14 4090 as well, since I got it here. So maybe we can do a little head-to-head 4090 versus 4090. Also, sorry that I sound like this. I'm getting over a cold, so apologies in advance if I'm coughing and making a fool of myself and sound all nasally. But anyways, so got the G14 right here. I've got a 2-camera setup, so hopefully this works. I have to go over here and like manually switch it every time, but one of these days I'll get like one of those like if I keep doing this, maybe I'll get like one of those button things you can press and it just switches scenes or whatever. But yeah, so okay. Looks like we got some people coming in. Let's go ahead and, which one should I do first? Honestly, which one y'all want to see me open first? I'm thinking G14, but here's our G16, here's our G14. Let me know which one y'all want me to open here. Let's see. I have no idea how long the delay is either. Like, I asked that question, it's probably going to take y'all like 5 minutes to hear it, so. But yeah, again, if you're just joining now, just bear with me here. Never really done a stream before. I've been trying to set this thing up for the past like hour and a half. I was trying to go live at like 6, and like have like an hour. There's like a way to tell people that you're gonna go live at a certain time or like schedule it. But yeah, technology is difficult. So, but we're here. We're here now, and we're making this happen. Audio is too low. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna turn this up. All right, that mic is hot now, so Hold up. Yo, yo, yo. Alright, let's see. I saw one vote for the G16 first. So you can only hear audio from your left ear. What? Hold on, now you're gonna have to have me Google this crap. Audio only streaming from left ear OBS. Okay, right click on the gear audio source, advanced properties. Okay, hold on one sec, y'all. Oh, okay, hold up. Okay. Yo, thank you for the heads up on the left. I think I just fixed it. Hopefully just fixed it. But, alright. Okay, so I got some notes pulled up here. We're going to talk a little bit about the M16 4090 too. And definitely going to hit on the differences, you know, between both models and to last year's. We're going to play some games too. Hopefully they don't take too long to install or anything. But, okay, cool. Audio's fixed. All right, I'm going to go ahead and just, let's see, I had one vote to open the G16 first, so let's just do that one. Whatever. That's the one I'm excited about, so. And I'll tell y'all why I'm more excited about the G16. Just because it's a 4090, if I'm being honest. There's only so much room on my desk, so. This is kind of cool. Never actually done an unboxing at all. Like, I've never really been into unboxing videos, so I've never been like the type to be like to make one. But if y'all dig this, maybe it's something I'll do just live with each new laptop. So it looks like they're kind of going a more Razer route with the boxes. Some of the past ones have been way bigger than this, so that's interesting. This is clean. That is one clean box. I'm trying so hard not to like ruin it. This is like a solid box. Like, why is this thing so... Like, they use like the heaviest cardboard I've ever felt. Like, my God. Also, sorry I got freaking super glue on my hand from earlier. Okay. Well, that's freaking beautiful. Nice. What if it's like defective? That would suck. Do all this. The hype is real. Jeez. This bad boy is thin. Oh my God. Wow. They were not lying when they said this thing was thin. That is crazy. Okay. What else we get in this box here? We get some warranty info, a couple manuals. Turn that over here. Looks like we get our charging cable in here. Let's see. By the way, this is the 4090 G16. And then we got the 4070 G14. This has the Ultra Core or Ultra 9 Intel CPU. Okay, so I mean, the charging brick right off the bat is about the same size. I feel like when I have a spare one over here I can grab. Get all this plastic off here. Let's see. Okay. So, actually it's smaller, a little bit. This is the G14s. Well, my spare one for the G14. It's about the same, actually. I mean, no, this one's my G14, sorry. Yeah, it's about the same. I mean, maybe a tiny bit. Super tiny bit smaller. Both are 240 watt. All right, we got our new little weird friggin' rectangular charging cable. Asus, I don't know what you were thinking here, but great. See, I like this better. I just have it in my desk here. Just because, you know, you have rotational capabilities with the regular charger they've always had. So now you can't rotate anymore. So it's going to be a little harder to maneuver on a desk. But at least, I guess maybe it's not like angled at all now. So, you know, if you don't have to worry about moving it if you're plugging something right in, like right next to it, I guess. So that's whatever. All right. I already about to see me crawl under this desk. Let's see. Okay, yeah, so I mean, right off the bat, this thing is just crazy thin. I don't know what to feel yet about the little slash lighting. Not really sure how I feel about that. Okay, I don't feel like the wobble is that bad. I mean, it's definitely there, but some people were saying the wobble is just crazy. I don't know. It feels pretty solid to me. Like, I'll move over just a little bit here. I don't know what to say about that one. I think people are kind of overreacting on the wobble, on the screen wobble here. Okay, let's go ahead and get this guy plugged in. I mean, there's no doubt that it is a 16-inch laptop. Like, even though it is definitely crazy thin, it is still very obviously a 16-inch laptop. Like, it's not fooling anyone here. Let's see that. What are y'all saying over here in the chat? Yeah, G16 reminds you of the M16. I agree. It's kind of like this. I mean, this is pretty much this year's M16. I think Asus just doesn't even know what to do anymore with the G or the M. So they're kind of just like, it used to be where the G16 or G14 were always your AMD CPUs. Your M was your Intel. Um, One of my first gaming laptops was the Zephyrus M15 from Asus, and it was Intel. It made sense. Then they started making the G15, the G16 Intel 2, and using the M16 chassis, and then the whole thing just got really confusing. So I'm gonna go and switch cameras here. Let's play around with that a little bit. All right, so you can see that reflection handling. It's kind of like, it kind of gives a. I mean, my light is blue, so. But it's pretty good. I mean, it's not like staring in a mirror like a lot of OLEDs are. I would say this has more reflections that are obvious. You can't really tell on camera, but to me, this has a more obvious reflection. Let's see if I can get an angle to where you can see. No. But yeah, I mean, it's looking clean. So there's definitely more space or less spacing between the keys, but I think it's because the keycaps are bigger now. So oh my god. That 240 hertz screen is crazy. Like, it feels so smooth.
To set up your device using a screen reader,
Hey.
turn on narrator by pressing Windows plus Control.
Okay. Oh, wow. Trackpad is it's very clicky. I was not expecting that much click. It's huge. Ginormous trackpad. It's already got fingerprints on it. Awesome. I mean, that's just, sweaty hands. Switch cameras back. Alright, look away, y'all. I'm going to type my Wi-Fi here. Oh yeah, just block it in here a second. Again, if you're just joining, this is the RTX 4090 G16. It's definitely going to be a fingerprint magnet for sure. I mean, I already just made 3 fingerprints just doing that. Let me go back to this camera so I can show y'all. This. So, if you're one who does not like fingerprints, you might want to look at the white model. Asus did a really weird thing this year and made the white one more expensive. So, that was interesting. I don't even know if they sell the white one on Best Buy. That's where I got this one from. But last I saw, the white one was only at the Asus online store. And it's about $200 more. So that's cool. I would say, I mean, comparatively, like, the 16 is just clearly bigger, for sure. Like, no denying that. But if you brought one to school over the other, you're probably not going to get, like, stared at or anything like, oh my gosh, this dude's laptop is huge. Let's name it Josh. Alright. Let me move my graphs here so you can see just the pretty background. Alright, we're still doing some updates. I'll just answer some questions while we wait on this. Alright, let's see. What are y'all saying over here? Why is everything so blurry even at 1440p? That's a good question. Maybe because I don't know how to stream. So it could easily, I don't know, it could very well be a setting that I've configured wrong. Hold on, I'm going to take this away for a second while I sign in. Focus is not clear, someone's saying, okay. And that could just be me holding the camera wrong. I'm not sure. Let's see. When did you place the order? The order was placed, what was the day they dropped? Like Thursday? So, set up as a new PC. Skip Windows Hello for now. Oh, hold on. Gotta make a pin. Alright, I'm turning all this crap off. Good old Windows setup, you know. We love to see it. Is it not focused? Let me see. Windows loves to just have all your data. They just love to ask for everything. Oh, that is like... Hold on, I'm looking at the stream. It is definitely like... I see what y'all mean now. Hold on. It's weird because like my camera is definitely in focus, but like this, why does it look like that? What the? Okay, hold on. Maybe it's my. bit rate. Hold on, y'all. I'm just looking at my camera. Is it just this camera? All right, so let's see. Someone asked what this model goes for. I'm trying to remember what the Best Buy price was for it. G16 4090. This is $32.99, $3,300 USD, which is crazy, but again, you're getting a 4090 laptop here, and especially when you think back to when the 4090 laptops first came out, there was nothing under 3,000 at all. So that's kind of still holding true, especially on the more premium end. Like you got Razer Blade 16s that still go for like 4,300. So kind of normal, to be honest. We hate it, but that is the current state of laptop pricing. I'm going to go ahead and unbox the G14 while this is doing updates. Actually, before I do this, though, let me, like, Google something here. It looks like that quality just, I want it to be better. Like, why can't the stream be, like, more clear looking? Stream pixelated. Let's see. I wonder if it's because I'm in 1440p. Let me see something. Yeah, I'm not too sure what the it looks like there's like a ton of different settings you can do on YouTube streaming. The bad thing is once you've started, you can't change it. That's what it looks like, at least. All right, regardless though, let's go ahead and just unbox this G14. Let's see what we got here. All right, G14 time. This is the 4070 model. For those of you joining, tiny box. This is the white one. That is nice. Yeah, I mean, that is... The white is definitely, like, kind of silver. I mean, maybe it's just this plastic. Hold on. Let's see. Oh, yeah, it's very silver. I forget what Asus calls the colors for this one. Like, they all have, like, some name to them. But I always just regarded this one as white. It's definitely more silver. Let's see what the charger looks like on this guy. Is it the same? That's 180 watt. Okay, so it's, yeah, it's smaller. And you can see the difference in size of the chargers. The G14 is definitely a little more compact on the charger. About the same thickness though. So pretty nice, pretty nice. Let me go ahead and bring the other G14 up here so I can show y'all what I mean with the white. Look at the difference in white. Like, that is definitely closer to silver, more like kind of a MacBook. Whereas the last year's G14 is 100% white. All right. So this is the G14 with the 8940HS. Got our new little connector there on the power. Another interesting thing here, kind of, not really, but the little power cable connector is like that little 3-prong thing instead of, I don't even know what the technical term for that is. Alright, let me plug this guy in, going under the desk, hold on. Alright, I'm about to come read more comments. 1 second. Alright, so I mean, right off the bat, it is definitely It's like noticeably lighter. Yeah, I would say so for sure. It's not like night and day though. It's like just a bit lighter. Definitely thinner. Look at that. Like they're both light enough so I can. So definitely thinner. You got no more ergo lift. So the screen now sits pretty much right at the body, and it's not lifting the laptop anymore. All right, what are we saying here? Yeah, Gunner TV, I agree with you on the 2023 box. Was way cooler. This one is definitely feeling like a copy of Razer. They definitely took a page out of Razer's book for design too. I mean, this feels very Razer in its design, and I like Razer design, so I mean, I'm not complaining at all. It looks very sleek. You can tell. I mean, just how how much lower this sits on the desk is actually kind of crazy too. I'll get the other cam here in a second. Don't look. All right. So y'all can see this difference in how they sit. Are they using a mixture of magnesium and aluminum? It does not feel like it. This feels like all aluminum. I mean, the lid is cold. That's kind of cool. Okay, those LEDs are way brighter than I thought they'd be. Like, I don't know how to show that, but like.
To set up your device using a screen reader, turn on narrator by pressing Windows plus Control plus Enter. For more accessibility features.
I don't want to talk to you right now. Miss. Okay, the click feels better on this one. Is that just me? I don't know why the G14's click feels better than G16. Either that or I'm just crazy. Well, I'm just getting my Wi-Fi in. I gotta say, I mean, it is super easy to just hold like this. Like, that is nice. Man, this color is so much better than this one. I'm sorry. But, like, this just looks so good. Yeah, so especially if this, like, it really makes me mad that the G16 is more expensive if you want to get, like, the silver color. Because, gosh, this would look so much better. Like, why are they not the same price? Like, why can't you get the G16 in silver for the same price? You got to pay an extra $200, and I don't even think it's out yet. Like, I don't even think you can buy the 4090 G16, at least not in the US, without getting the gray model. So that's kind of annoying. It looks like it's booted up though. Looks like we finally might be done with updates on this guy. Is there MediaTek or Intel Wi-Fi? So, I mean, this one's definitely going to have Intel Wi-Fi. It's an Intel processor. I will check on this one once it's done updating and see if it's Intel or MediaTek Wi-Fi. Yeah, the only thing I'm thinking that might not be aluminum, and I'm probably wrong, like, this might be magnesium still. This, I don't think so, though. I think it's aluminum. It's a really thin layer, so it's hard to tell. whereas the lid is definitely more solid. So the screen wobble is not bad. I still don't understand why people were complaining about that. It feels like solid enough. This trackpad feels amazing. Does the new one feel more solid? I mean, I don't think it gets much more solid than this. Like the full aluminum, I mean, I'm not going to knock the magnesium alloy. Like, I think magnesium alloy still feels amazing. I mean, this is solid to me. I've felt pure plastic laptops. If you've ever used like a HP Omen, or one of the MSI, like lower tier MSI laptops that use plastic all the way around it, this like magnesium alloy definitely feels much more sturdy than those. But yes, of course, like aluminum is gonna feel obviously better. I mean, it feels more like a MacBook. I wouldn't say it's quite the same as MacBook. I have a MacBook over here, so I'm running the stream off my girl's MacBook just so I can have my G14 out. Hold on, let me sign into my account. I should test the camera as well. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Let's go ahead and start. Look at that. It's kind of cool. I thought I was going to hate this strip, to be honest, but it's not too bad looking. Alright, so I have a SSD here that has all the games and stuff that we're going to want to run. And all the things that we want to install. Welcome to Armory Crate. Someone asked if I'm going to flash the VBIOS for a higher TGP, and I definitely will. Not in the stream, but I'm definitely. You guys will see a video later, or some sort of thing that's gonna show the G16. I know like the max TGP I think is like 115 or 125 watts. But I'm going to try and push it to 150. I might even do 175 and just see what it does. I mean, the worst that's going to happen is it'll just thermal throttle. So, yes, I will be doing a VBIOS flash. Probably going to use the SCAR 16 or last year's M16 on it. But I want to see, I'm really curious to see how it performs, how it, like stock first, before I do any of that. So. Let's see. We're going to set up as a new PC. I'm going to skip Windows Hello. Hold on, it's making me make a little pin. All right, looks like we got Armory Crate going over here. So the laptop came in performance mode out the box. I'm going to go ahead and download the Nvidia app here. Bro, go away. Okay. I'm going to do the Nvidia app beta. Just because it's way faster than GeForce Experience. I don't know if y'all have seen that yet, but it's really nice. I definitely recommend it if you're currently on GeForce Experience to switch over to the new Nvidia beta app. So let's go ahead and do that. I just want to see like what driver came stock on here. before I do anything like crazy, I want to make sure everything's just updated and, you know, looking good. Let's see what y'all are saying. Apparently there is a semi-gloss layer on the G16 and the Razer 16 OLED is just clear glass. Do you notice a hazy look? No, I don't. I don't know if y'all can see that here, but like even at an angle, that is a clear OLED. Like that is not hazy at all. I think this display looks just like any other OLED I've used. It's pretty much spot on. Colors are nice. Brightness is pretty good. I mean, it's not like mini LED bright, but it's bright enough. I mean, I would not say it's bad at all. So currently we're in performance mode, installing stuff, and our fans are barely going. I can't really hear them all that much. I can hear the G14 a little bit over here. It's installing updates. Okay. Let's go ahead and just throw it on turbo. I don't know. Let's just see what happens. Oh, update center. Everything's got to update. Who would have thought? I'm not going to run like every... Should I run like every single update here? Okay, so... Nvidia... It looks... Oh, so studio drivers are installed from the start. So that's kind of interesting because that means they're definitely... And there's even a sticker right here. It says studio. And on the G14 as well. That tells me that this was definitely geared more towards creators than gamers. That doesn't mean... Like, it doesn't necessarily mean anything for... performance or anything. It's just a marketing thing. So the reason they would do studio just means that they're trying to advertise this to creators a little bit more than to gamers. And that makes sense. I mean, it's these laptops are thinner and they have a lower TGP. So they're going to be geared towards creators, especially with the OLED display and all that. So yeah, I mean, I guess that makes sense. But it's just kind of funny. It seems like they're sort of shifting the expectations of what the Zephyrus laptops really are. Because before 2024, it seemed like Zephyrus was always geared towards gaming with sort of a more premium look and feel, but still at its core a gaming laptop. Whereas now it seems like Asus is kind of marketing these as a creator laptop that can also game. So that's kind of interesting, and it just might be them testing the waters a little bit instead of fully transitioning this line. I hope they don't do that, honestly. I'd rather it be stick to what it truly always has been, which is a hybrid of power and premium looks without being too much of a creator focused machine and more of a gamer focus. Are the vents at the bottom burning hot? I don't know. Let's see. No. The vents feel pretty cool, actually. I mean, it's like a little bit warm. Just a little bit right here in the center. But that's not bad at all. Like, I could easily have this on my lap right now. Let's look at the G14. Yeah, same with the G14. It's like, it's pretty cool on the sides. A little bit warm right here, but like barely. Like if you had this on your lap, you would be just fine. Let's see a comparison to this one. I mean, I'm unplugged on this one and it's not installing anything. This one is a little bit less warm right now, but these don't really feel... Usually when this guy's plugged in, it feels just as warm on the bottom. Maybe even more on this. Alright, installing Nvidia updates there. Does the G16 come with a 64 gigabyte RAM option? No, it does not. Or at least not that I've seen. It's 32 gigs, I think, which is pretty unfortunate since it's soldered. So that's kind of annoying. Which is weird because it's here they are marketing it towards creators more, yet the RAM only goes up to 32 gigs. That doesn't really make that much sense, because if you're a creator and you've got like Photoshop open and Premiere open and all these other things open, you might be starving for RAM after a while. I mean, 32 gigs is still fine, but like still, it's just interesting. Okay, so we got that installed. Let's go ahead and look at what's going on here. Let's see. Let me go ahead and install Steam. Go ahead and quit Steam on here. There. Sorry, I'm like multitasking like crazy right now. I'm gonna just cover this for a second. Okay. Build quality versus MacBook Pro. I don't have a... Well, so I'm streaming off a MacBook Pro right now, but it's the 13-inch one. And I would say these are pretty much up there. If a MacBook Pro was like 100% solid and metal, then I would say these are like 95%. Like this is definitely the best feeling gaming laptop I think I've ever seen. Ever felt. I guess makes more sense. Signing into Steam on here. It's like so Legion 9i can do 140 watts power delivery. Yeah. I don't understand like the hype for 140 watt power delivery that much, but that's just me. I'm not really on USB-C all that often anyway, and if I'm like gaming or something, I just turn my settings down, or I'm not going too crazy. I'm also okay with a little bit of battery loss, to be honest, even though it's probably not a good thing. Let's go ahead and install hardware info here. Okay, I'm going to do the same thing here on the G14. Yeah, so the G16 has a clickier trackpad for some reason. Maybe that just has something to do with it being a bigger trackpad. I don't know. Okay, so we're gonna look at core temperatures here. We're gonna do CPU, or no, hold on. Core clocks, pull up graphs for that. We're gonna pull up GPU temperature, GPU power, of course. Where's the CPU power? There we go. All right. Bear with me here as I'm pulling up all my data stuff. Okay, so we got CPU power, CPU temps, CPU clocks, GPU power, GPU temps. And what did I have first that I was going to run? Oh, yeah, I said I was going to do speakers first. Well, shoot, hold on. Steam library. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and throw Cyberpunk in here, Shadow of the Tomb Raider. Maybe Helldivers 2. Let's see. Steam apps. All right, we're going to copy those over. Okay. Nvidia app. So we're good on the Nvidia driver here. Just don't want to be like running anything on old stuff. I feel like that happens sometimes with reviews, is they'll be like not fully updated and then they run benchmarks and stuff, and it kind of gives the laptop a bad look because they might be on outdated drivers or something like that. All right, downloading the Nvidia app here. Yes. I might even try G-Helper here in a second too. I'm kind of curious what settings that G-Helper will have on the 2024 models, and maybe we can even push more performance out of it or get less fan noise, because I have seen a lot of reviews complain about fans on these things, but we're gonna see about that here in a second. I'm gonna see how this fan noise is. Let me switch to the other cam real quick. So y'all can see what's happening here. Pretty beautiful. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Those keys on that silver. I mean, the keys are, I can't tell if they're the same shade of white. I think they are a little bit darker than the previous G14 on the keycaps too. You look at the difference in how they sit. There's the MacBook with my bird's nest of cables. So just for comparison, I don't know if this really does anything for anybody, but this is a MacBook Pro 13-inch. I'm not about to move this whole thing, but looking good though. That is crazy thin, like it's kind of weird seeing a Zephyrus sit this flat on a table. Like the feet even are pretty small. I don't even see it with all these cables in the way. But yeah, the feet are pretty small on these guys too, so they look very flat on a table. You might even fool someone for a MacBook, like from the front on the G14. If you had the RGB off. Cool thing with the new Nvidia app too is you don't have to sign in. Thank God. You can actually just get started. So yeah, it looks like these come pre-installed with the Nvidia Studio driver from January 23rd. So, interesting. Yeah, I'm trying to... Yo, Nvidia app. Don't know if you realize this, my friend, but I'm trying to not use this driver. Oops. Okay, that's kind of weird. Hold on. Nvidia game ready drivers. Let me go ahead and just install it. The Nvidia app for some reason on the G14 is not showing the most recent game ready driver. It's kind of weird. Let's see. So I'm just going to install it like that. Okay, Cyberpunk. Let me go ahead and install Mr. Cyberpunk here and Mr. 3D Mark. Alright, let's see what's happening, y'all. Yeah, I would say in comparison to the Razer blades, I kind of like these more so far. I just like how, like, they're just light. The coating feels like I'm not going to scratch it so easily either. I kind of like how the coating feels. The Razer blade coating is darker, obviously. I think it's even more of a fingerprint magnet than these, and the Razer blade coating also scratches very easily. Like, if I were to drop, I don't know, like my keys on this or something on accident, this would probably still be just fine, but a Razer blade would have a very clear silver aluminum scratch mark that would never go away. So that's kind of nice. Like, you wouldn't have to worry about that with these. Especially on the lighter model, like the silver one. I'm just gonna call it silver, even though I think it's called white, but it is definitely more silver. Let's go and just play some tunes, shall we? Oh wait, I don't want to get like copyright strike. Hold on, let's see, like, what's a good... What if I play, like... Let me see. What would not give me copyright strikes? Play my own cover. I don't think this has a... Yes, I have a music channel. I don't know if any of y'all watch Attack on Titan, but this is like one of the songs. Okay. So that is some good speaker quality. Let's do it on this one. Hold on. That is actually crazy. I'm gonna do it on all three. Just so you can see a good speaker shootout here. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, I really need to like figure out how to not have two channels named Josh Cravey and one's music and one's laptops. But I'll get there. Maybe I'll like rename this one. Oh shoot, I'm on like HDR or some crap on here. Oh, I forgot. I'm on like an AMD. I'm on the new AMD driver on this G14, and it messes up HDR. So don't mind how weird this looks. Okay, here's the G14 in comparison to the G16 you just heard. Okay, back to the G16. Wait, the G14 speakers sound better to me. Okay, hold on. Let me go to the new G4 or the old G14. Oh my god. It's not even close. It's not even close. Oh my god. Especially if you hear the old one next to it. Oh my god. Dude, it's crazy the difference. Like, what? Listen to the guitars and like the drums. Like, that has bass to it. I don't know if you can tell over the mic. And then here's this. It sounds like a... I thought, like, I've always regarded those speakers as good in a laptop, so this is next level. Like, that is crazy. Why do the G14s sound better? That's so weird. The G14's speakers sound better than the G16. Like, it's... I mean, it's not like a like, both sound incredible. Like, these are some of the best laptop speakers I think I've ever heard. But the G14s have a little bit more bass to them somehow. And maybe it's a software tuning thing. But, like, that is insane. That is crazy. Oh my god. I'm still just like... I'm in shock. That's wild. Dude. Okay, so I get it. I get the whole speaker hype. I was thinking like people were like, oh, these are such good speakers. I was like, it can't be like that much better, but no, like these make like the old G14 sound like a tin can. Like this thing sounds like it's playing out of a like the first Android phone ever made in comparison. And these sound like an actual like these are pretty much like a Bluetooth speaker now. Like I can hear the bass. Like I can hear all the bass notes. Wow. I am actually blown away by the speakers. Um okay. Well, that's freaking awesome. So yeah, I mean, if you're the type who likes to, especially if you're gaming with the laptop speakers, you are going to freaking love this. Okay, I'm just gonna drop them both in silent mode. This one's installing some Armory Crate updates, and let's see. Just one more time. Like, just, that is wild. One more time. It's just not even close. Sorry, that just got me hyped. Anyways. Go back to this camera angle. Alright, what are you doing, buddy? Okay, I'm gonna drop them both in silent mode now, and let's see how they react. Because people were saying that the G16 had trouble staying quiet in silent mode, and I don't know what to think about that. Because normally Asus tunes their silent modes really well. It looks like... Oops, someone's calling me. Okay. Okay, silent mode right now, the G14 has no fans on at all. But it did take a second to get there. Let's see what happens with the G16. So this one's at 0 RPMs. This one is still at 2,000 RPMs, although it's not that... You can't really hear it that much. But let's see what happens. Hold on. Will it reach 0 decibels? Will it happen? It's hard to say. So now they're at 1,700 RPM, and it sounds like they're off. I'm going to move the mic down just so... So that's 1,700 RPM. This is off. One more time. Oh, G14's doing something. It's thinking. I really wouldn't consider those whiny or anything. Some people were saying that's whiny. I guess we'll see once we actually run a benchmark or something. And to give them the benefit of the doubt right now, when you first install stuff on a Asus machine or just any laptop in general, it's running a lot of stuff in the background, you know, upon the first launch. Let's see. Let's see if there's any BIOS updates. Okay, chill, dude. So many freaking... let's see. Please update your My Assisted latest version. Okay. I'm just trying to see if I'm on the latest BIOS. Doesn't... Okay, I think that one's good. Oops. Dang it. Okay. See if there's anything that this one needs. Oh, this one's got a BIOS update. Oh boy. So, okay, G14 comes with a BIOS update that it needs from the factory. So we're in silent mode. This still has not hit 0 RPMs yet. Just an observation. Not saying it can't get there, but something I am observing right now. I might just go ahead and run 3D Mark on this. Let me install MSI Afterburner real quick so we can have an overlay and look at the temperatures and all that. But I think we're ready to at least do like an out-of-the-box time spy. See what we get. Because I'm really curious how this 4090 is going to run. Technically, it is the same TGP as last year's G14. I know a lot of people are saying 115 watts, but it can actually, it's rated for 125. And we're going to see how we get there. And I think, I've heard that you have to be in manual mode for it to get that 125, but we're going to see. We're going to see what we actually get. Okay. Do you hear the whiny third fan? I do not hear the whiny third fan yet from the G14. I do not notice that at all so far. But we are going to run Time Spy on this thing, and that will be the telltale sign if there is a whiny third fan or not. Or if people are just overreacting. Which one's going to consume more power? An IPS display or OLED display? You know, it's a good question, to be honest. And it's hard to say because I've seen, like, some of the battery life things I've seen from these OLEDs are crazy. And I don't know if that's just efficiency from the CPU or if it is from the OLED. Okay, hold on, y'all. I gotta run a BIOS update. Someone said the click sounds too high. The touchpad click. And the G16s, yeah, it is kind of high. It's kind of annoying. I'm not even gonna lie. The G14, not so much. Maybe on the mic, it's a little deeper, but it does have a little weird click to it. Whereas this is the old G14. The old G14 has, I would say that's less clicky. Yeah, I don't know why these touchpads are so clicky. Especially when I click on the left side. That's kind of strange. Yeah, right here. So clicking like here, good. But then clicking here, it's like a weird high-pitched noise. I wonder if there's something something underneath it that's like out of place. Not too sure on that one. Okay, BIOS update. Yes, sir. Go for it. I definitely want to make sure the BIOS is updated before I run any benchmarks. That's like going to be the most important thing here. Let's see. All right, let's go ahead and set up our on-screen display here real quick. Hold on. One GPU core clocks, GPU power. I want to know if I hit a temp limit. We're going to know if we hit a power limit, voltage limit, CPU temperature. Let's go. CPU usage. Frame rate. All right. Let's see, frame rate. Average. 1% lows. All right, I'm just setting up my MSI Afterburner here. Oh man, got a new version of Riva Tuner. Hold on. Okay, let's see what you got going on, sir. Do you have any BIOS updates? No. Okay. Bear with me, y'all. Sorry. I just got to get this thing set up before I run benchmarks. So far, I am a little thrown off by the touchpad click. I'm not sure if it's a defect or if that's just how it is. Oops, hold on, let me close out of this. It's got me curious though. I might take the laptop apart and just see if there's something in between, like a wire or something that's like maybe somehow like stuck there. I've seen people put like a piece of paper or like a little piece of padding or something in their touchpads to make them more muted. I think that's a good idea. I love a muted trackpad. I'm not the biggest fan of haptic trackpads as much, but maybe that's just me being too old school. Okay. All right, I think we're about to be ready to benchmark the G16 here. I'm going to see what turbo mode looks like here. All right, so turbo, we're going to start with turbo. And we're going to have our MSI Afterburner overlay on here. So it looks like turbo has a stock tiny overclock like they've usually had in the past. Plus 50, plus 100. I haven't even looked at the slash lighting yet on this one. It's pretty cool. I think the slash lighting like blends better with the silver for some reason. Anyways. Oh, I also want to make sure that we've got Advanced Optimus in here. So let me go to NVIDIA control panel. I saw Matthew Moniz. He said it had a muck switch, but you have to restart, and I think that was just an error on his part. Yeah, it does have Advanced Optimus. So there is no need for a restart. Don't gotta worry about that. Let's go ahead and put it in Nvidia GPU only. Them fans are coming in a little bit. I wouldn't say that's crazy yet. It's just kind of, they're there. That is great to see G-Sync. Oh, seeing G-Sync on an OLED panel. Beautiful. We love it. I'm turning it off though. No, I'm only turning it off just for 3D Mark because it can mess with the score. Or it can mess with something. I don't know. But they recommend turning it off. Alright, let's see what it does. Alright, this one's done BIOS updating here on the G14. We're launching 3D Mark here on the G16. Someone said the trackpad sounds like water dripping down spout. Does the G14 run hot where the fans are on top? I mean, yeah, it's hot right here, but that's with every laptop, literally. Like, I would never recommend anybody to touch this part of their gaming laptop. Doesn't matter which one do you have. But the display feels... I mean, the display is kind of warm right here, but nothing crazy. Also, that's not even part of the display. That's just glass right here. I love how the glass sits on top of the bezel like that. That is really nice. It makes it look super premium. Instead of having like a plastic chin right here, it's just glass. Same with this one. Just a glass lower bezel. Alright, so I got MSI Afterburner running. I got our HW info. We're going to look and see what this thing does. Moment of truth here, because I've seen so many varying results with this freaking thing, especially in Time Spy. We're not running the demo. We're just running Time Spy. Don't have all day for that stupid demo. Alright. Here we go, turbo mode. We're running it. I'm going to go ahead and switch cams here in a second. Hold on. But yeah, so far I'm thinking there might be something wrong with that trackpad. Because the G14s feel so good. Alright, y'all. Here we go. Switching cameras. Oh, let me find out how to click. Yo, where's my overlay? So far, I'm not bothered by the fan noise. I don't know why the MSI Afterburner overlay is not showing. I would love to see how it's doing live. But whatever. We will still see it after the fact. No matter. So far, the fan noise is just fine. I don't know if it might sound louder or quieter on this microphone, but I would say this is pretty comparable to just your average gaming laptop so far. Screen is beautiful for sure. Everyone's calling it, you know. I know a lot of people say, oh, it's like it's not worth a 4090 here or whatever. You know, and I would say, I mean, depending on your budget, yeah, probably. But it's the same with the G14. You can get some crazy performance out of this thing, out of a 4090, even at a lower TGP. So for me, I think it's worth it, even if you're like a G14's 4090 can be like 40% more FPS in games than a 4070 would. So yeah, even though it's a lower TGP, like that's still incredible in a laptop this small. But we're about to see here what we get out of the box, at least in turbo mode. And then I'm going to run it again in manual mode because I think that might unlock a higher TGP. Something a lot of people aren't talking about and I have not seen in any reviews. So y'all are about to see it here first. So that brightness is a little much. Okay, so out of the box, CPU. Okay, so maybe the CPU might need some driver updates or something. 1070, 10,700, not super great CPU score. GPU score is pretty good though, I would say, for turbo. 17.1. I think the G14 gets like 18 right there. So it's not like crazy far behind. But this is already higher than a lot of the Time Spy scores I've seen from some reviews. So if we got that CPU score up a little bit, probably we could with some updates or something. Let's look at our hardware info and see what happened. Okay, so hold on, let me focus the camera, y'all. Okay, so our GPU ran at about 110 watts, right? It kind of did hit like 112. It got pretty close to 115. It was kind of hitting 115 at points. And it was hitting, oh my gosh, that's not hot at all. 72. The hottest it got was 72 on the GPU throughout that benchmark. That's awesome. Oh yeah, that CPU only peaked at 75 watts at the end. So there might be an update or something for the CPU because I've heard it goes up to like 100 watts or something, or like over 100 watts. And it wasn't thermal throttling either. The CPU only hit 84. So not throttling. The temps are great. I mean, 84 from 75 watts, and it was not blasting the fans super loud either. Like, they were pretty respectable. So I'm very impressed so far. Look at that, 72 out of the GPU when it's been running 115 watts the whole time. Okay, so that's pretty cool. Let me close and reopen MSI Afterburner real quick, because I want that overlay to show up. It's not pulling up RTSS. Hold on. I'm just going to manually open Riva Tuner. Bro, it really does not want to open Riva Tuner. What is happening? It looks like it's trying to load it. The loading icon is there. I wonder what's happening. I'm going to be that annoying PC person here and just trying to over and over open it. Okay, hold on one more time. Let me just troubleshoot for a second here. Monitoring is enabled. So not super sure. And it looks like it's like causing the, maybe that's what's bringing our CPU score down. Because look, it's like trying to load the overlay or something. And it's just not working. All right, I'm going to close MSI Afterburner. There could be a problem there. Probably something with the software because it had that update for Riva Tuner. Okay, so let's go to manual mode. Let's just go ahead and do this crap. So, yeah, so it looks like the CPU can run up to 85 watts or 110 in bursts. So, heck yeah, we're going to go ahead and enable that. And then the GPU, we're going to keep the stock. Oh, this is interesting. They changed this. You have levels now of TGP, of GPU power, so that's interesting. I'm going to go ahead and turn it up to level 5, whatever that means. I mean, I guess it's like 5 watts per level. Okay. Why is this so low? I want 100% fans at around. I'm just going to crank this up a little bit. Okay. So we got manual mode going now. Let's see what happens. Let's see if that score goes up. And I closed out MSI Afterburner, so maybe that CPU score will go up too. This one's ready to launch. Oops. This one's ready to launch 3D Mark II. I'm going to disconnect the internet on here since I know Steam will like be like, oh, you can't have 2 people playing at the same time. So we're just going to launch it without internet. Wi-Fi disabled. Got it here next to the 2023. Looking nice. Let's open Nvidia control panel real quick. Oh, I didn't install hardware info yet. Hold on. Okay, the G14 also has Nvidia Advanced Optimus, which is nice. I'm gonna go ahead and switch it to Nvidia GPU only. I just like to manually do this because I don't always trust it to do it on its own. And plus, you can always just go to desktop here and hit that icon. And now you've got it. Oops. Now you got it right there in your toolbar where you can select which one you want, which is nice. Oh, let me also disable G-Sync. Again, we love to see G-Sync on an OLED panel. This is something that has been missing in years past on pretty much every OLED. Go ahead and disable that just so it doesn't mess with our 3D Mark. G16's doing good. The fans are barely going. I think I might need to crank the fans higher in manual mode, but we'll see how it scores. God, this keyboard feels so good. crazy. Keyboard feels amazing to type on. It's like actually crazy how like deep the keys hit. Way less clacky than like a MacBook. It's about the same. It's actually a deeper sound than the 2023. I'd say they feel about the same though, I think. I do like, you can see the difference in the keys. There's less space between them and they're like a little bit bigger on the new G14. I kind of like that. I think it looks nice. I need to install hardware info real quick. Let's see what this guy gets. I definitely did not have the fans up high enough, for sure. But wow, the score went up. Oh my gosh. Okay, so yeah, we just got an additional 600 points on the GPU. It doesn't look like that CPU boosted as high as we want it to still. And that could be just updates in the background. Let's see what happened on the hardware side. So it looks like the GPU was definitely... Oh, let me focus real quick. Sorry. GPU was definitely hitting closer to 125 watts. Look at that, 123, 121, 123. It did go down a little bit. It doesn't look like it was throttling or anything. So 100... It stayed pretty much at 120 or a little above that the whole time. Temperatures, even with that lower fan noise, which I guess I kind of accidentally set it too low, the GPU still only hit 83 at the most, and that was only towards the end. The CPU is still not boosting for some reason, so I'll have to look into that. But again, it could be just running updates or something in the background. We're only hitting 60 watts, even though I set it to 100. And it's not throttling or anything. It hit 90 at the highest, and that's with way lower fans. So I'd say that's a pretty nice score for me not cranking those fans at all. So let's crank the fans. I just want to see what happens. I'm going to say as soon as it hits 70 degrees, we're going 100%. GPU, same thing. I'm going to keep the overclock the same, just this tiny overclock. Okay, let's do this again. This is cool. G14, I'm getting there. We're about to run that time spy here in a second. I'm going to tell y'all about that fan. If that third fan is whiny or not, I'm going to tell you. Because I don't like a whiny fan either. The weird thing is the third fan on the Flow X16 was not really whiny. At least I didn't find it to be. So that's weird that these new ones are. When I feel like they should have refined that process by now. But we're about to see. We're about to see for sure. What else are y'all seeing in reviews for these guys that seems off? Have you noticed anything that's like, where you're like, nah, no way? G14 is ready to launch 3D Mark. I love this OLED though. I'm a sucker for a glossy screen, and I really don't find these to be like super reflective either. Like you can sort of see the lamp reflecting a little bit, but it's really not that bad, to be honest. I'm gonna feel the chassis. The chassis is very cool to the touch right now. The keyboard is very cool. I mean, it's like a tiny bit warm in the center, but like this is like ice cold. Like WASD area. I would say like this is colder than Zephyrus, previous Zephyrus laptops. The keyboard in general. Because yeah, normally this would be a little bit warm. Some people really did not like how hot the keyboard got on this G14, and I never really found it to be too bad. But that was a complaint from some people. But yeah, I mean, dang, people were really complaining about the fans on this thing, but they're not that bad. I have them manually maxed out right now, and it's not even... It's really not that bad. This is no louder than like a Legion Pro 7i. I would say actually this is quieter than the Legion Pro 7i when it's maxed out. Alright, let's see what we got with max fans. We broke 18,000. Look at that. On the graphics score. So yeah, we love to see that. That is basically pretty much on par. I mean, with the G14, the 2023 G14 with the 4090. That is basically the same that you would get in that chassis. I still think we could get that CPU score higher, even though it is way higher now. But yeah, we're getting 16.6K total score, which is great. Let's see what our stats looked like here on this time. Okay, so GPU was hitting 120 watts, 121, 126, 124. So yeah, that's great. It's hitting close to 125 like the whole time. The temperature was 71, 70s, high 60s throughout the benchmark. Our CPU definitely did get higher this time. It hit 72 watts. And even at that 72 watts, it only hit 83 degrees. So that's pretty nice. Man, I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty cool. That's good temperatures. And I wasn't really like super bothered by that noise either. Alright, let's I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I'm impressed. The only problem is, again, this is a 16-inch laptop, whereas this guy can do the same in a 14-inch size. So take that, how you know, for what it's worth. But you know, this is a much smaller. This camera's too zoomed in. This is a much smaller laptop, though. All right, let me throw you in silent mode, and we're gonna run the G14 now. All right, don't let the demo. Don't have all night. And let's start with turbo here. See if it's louder. I'm gonna move it to where it's about the same distance from the microphone. I have a feeling that this one might get louder, but we'll see. Let's see what y'all are saying here. Yo, Dan. Thank you, sir. Oh my god. Someone said watching this on my 4090 G14. Oh, I will swap that view BIOS. My good friend, I will swap it. Not for this live stream. Just in case, you know. I don't want it to like crash and then it's ruined. So far the G14 is being pretty quiet in turbo mode. I'm not hearing anything whiny yet. I mean, I guess overall I would say the fans, so far my first impression is like the fans definitely do have like a slightly higher pitch to them than the G16, but not like... I don't hear a whiny fan. No, that sounds... That noise is very similar to the previous G14. Like, that does not sound whiny at all. I don't know if you can tell in the mic. So far, again, I'm gonna say this is very standard laptop fan noise. I wouldn't call it like quiet by any means, but it is definitely not loud. And we're in turbo, so I mean, this is supposed to be as loud as it's getting, you know? Like, you can very easily hear me talking over it. It's not like it's getting in the way too much. But I mean, the annoying part, again, this is a 4070. That's all they let us get in the new G14. And it just makes me really sad. Because if you want this performance, you cannot get this. You have to get that. So if you want this, you got to lose about 40% of your FPS. Like 30 to 40% of your FPS will just be gone if you go from the 4090 G14 to the 4070. So that's a tough pill to swallow. And it is sleek. I mean, look at that. It looks like a MacBook. You know? That screen is beautiful. It handles reflections well. It's not hazy. It's vibrant. It's not super dim either. It's surprisingly bright for OLED. But then, here you go. You know, this is the downfall of the 4070. Right here. That is not a bad score, though, for a 4070, though. I'm going to say that right now. Because I've seen some reviews where it showed this 4070 doing worse than most 4060 laptops. And that is clearly not the case. Look at this. You could definitely get that CPU score up, too. I know I can get like 12,000 or higher on my last year's G14, and this is a newer, I mean, it's the same CPU, so it should easily hit 12,000. So yeah, look at that, 11,200 graphics score, which is already, I think that's like what, almost 2,000 points higher than what Just Josh got on his review. And I think, I mean, of course, he was running his in a balance mode or performance mode, which is essentially balance mode. So this is up to par with every other 4070 that I've seen. Like, you're not getting anything less than what a typical 4070 offers here. I mean, it's not like, it's pretty much right in the same ballpark as every other 4070 laptop. If you get a Legion Pro 7i monster giant laptop with a 4070, you're still going to get about 11,000, you know, maybe 11,500 graphics score. It's still going to be about the same. So to get that same level of performance, this is why I always like tell people, if you're getting a 4060 or 4070, just do yourself a favor and get a tiny laptop, because you're not getting a huge benefit going with an 18-inch monster for that GPU. That's just how Nvidia did this GPU. It's unfortunately just going to be like that, you know, until the next iteration, because these just do not scale really higher than like 90 to 100 watts. So you're only losing out maybe a few FPS in a much more compact design. Again, you look at the comparison though, you know, we were hitting 18,000 over here, 11,200. So the 4070, that's just my gripe with it. It's kind of just not the most impressive GPU. I would have loved to see 4070s hitting like 15K. That was what I was hoping for the 4000 series, but Nvidia don't know what you were doing. Okay, so I'm going to max the fans out because I really just want to try and hear this fan that everyone is like, oh, it's whiny. Show me the whiny fan. Let's see if we can do it. We're going to max everything out. GPU. Boom. And then third fan. I'm going to max that third fan out. I want to hear it. One more time. Max fans, let's go. I would say pretty much that was the same fan noise as this guy, maybe a tiny bit louder. Like maybe like a decibel louder in turbo mode. Someone asked OLED or mini LED. So right now, hold on, let me turn the brightness up. Honestly, the brightness doesn't look that far off right now. Like this G14, the mini LED is definitely brighter, but it's not, I wouldn't even say that's night and day. It's just like this G14 feels like if you had like you were turning the brightness slider up and you had like two more notches, you know, two more taps on the brightness key, then you would get this. That's how it feels. So, but I mean, look how vibrant, you know, the vibrancy is about the same. Obviously reflections are a little better handled on a matte display. Let me like turn it all the way down. See what I mean? Like the lamp is very, you know, it's very like I don't know what the word is I'm looking for, but like dispersed amongst the screen versus like a pure reflection. I mean, but one thing I do like with the OLED, you know, you see like the plastic bezel, right? You know, here it's a glass bezel. And that is just turn my camera brightness up. Like, it's beautiful. Just having that glass bezel right there versus a plastic one. Look how much more premium that looks. So, okay, so what am I noticing with the manual max fans? It's still not super loud. I can easily talk over this. I would say maxed out, the fans are pretty much, again, still the same as the 2023. It doesn't sound whiny. It's just like a whoosh. It's just like if you were using a Legion Pro 7i or a Blade 16 with maxed out fans. Maybe even quieter than those. My only like comment would be, I guess it is like maybe a slightly higher pitch, but it's not whiny at all. Someone is saying, and you get stuck with the 16 gigs of RAM on the G16 with a 4070. Yeah, that is kind of annoying. If you get the 4070 on this guy, you're stuck with 16 gigs of RAM, I guess. Which is kind of crazy that there's not a config with 32 gigs and a 4070. And on this one, if you get the 4060, at least in the Best Buy, you're stuck with the 4060 model, has 16 gigs of RAM soldered. So yeah, that bumped up our score about 300 points on the GPU. So I mean that's a good score. That's a great score for a 4070. Like, I would not be unhappy. Oh, I didn't even look at the temps. Hold on, let's see. Okay, our CPU had hit. Our CPU hit 70 watts max. Love to see that. Our GPU, and the temps when it was there. Let's see. It hit about 90 when it hit that 70 watts. So, not bad though. Most of the time it was in the 60s. Look at that. Throughout the benchmarks, 62, 63, 64, 61. The GPU was chilling at 90 watts pretty much the whole time, like 88 watts, 89 watts. So it's hitting the full wattage there. Whereas the CPU is like not using much wattage, like 12. And the GPU, when it's hitting that 90 watts, it is only running at 76. That is crazy. It did, like, the hottest it got was like 79. That's some good temps, y'all. And this thing is cool. It feels nice and cool. So, the chassis feels great. Like, not warm at all. The palm rest is cool to the touch. The keyboard right here is cool to the touch. It's cool to the touch right here in WSD. The middle is barely warm. Like, you could barely say that's warm. So that's very impressive. Good engineering, honestly. I did hear someone say the Legion 5i Pro has 32 gigs of RAM and is 1800 for the I guess that's the 4070. One thing I want to say, like, a lot of people like to compare these to the Legion 5 Pro or whatever, and it's just not the same. Like, it's $1,800 and you're getting a plastic chassis on the Legion. You're getting a standard IPS panel that can't do HDR. It only has 100% sRGB. It does not have a wide color gamut. So even if you can do HDR, you're not getting true HDR. The Legion 5i Pro, it also has I think it's the Intel HX chip, so your battery life is going to be terrible. So it's not meant to be traveled with really. Your you will have like better performance for like out of the CPU at least, but then again your 4070 and your giant chunky Legion is going to be the same, 11,500. You're going to get that same score, so you'll get like 2 FPS more maybe in games or whatever. I mean, I'm exaggerating, maybe like a little bit, like 2 to 5 FPS more in games. But yeah, your laptop's going to come off like it's going to be like double the thickness basically. It's going to go way further back. The screen, this is a full aluminum chassis, glass trackpad. You have a plastic, feeling like a Legion trackpad is like this desk. It's like you hear that sound? It's not a pleasant sound. Especially if your fingers are sweaty. It's not fun. And then, the matte IPS display, again, you have an OLED display. This is a premium ultrabook right here with a 4070 in it. I mean, I guess like the pros of the Legion is like if you want 64 gigs of RAM, you could swap your RAM out. But other than that, it's not even in the same class, I wouldn't say. These are different, such different classes of laptops that you can't even compare them. This is like a premium ultrabook, and the Legion is like a plastic gamer first laptop, but no battery life or fan control really. I mean, they have slight fan control, but the software is not nearly as intuitive either. You can control so much, especially with G Helper. So I don't know. I really would not compare the Legion, even if it's cheaper. It's just not the same. Gizmotech said that there was coil whine on the G14. No, I have not heard any coil whine at all on either of these. And I'm pretty sensitive to that, so I usually when I will hear coil whine like immediately. So here, I'll put the microphone right up to the so let's see what else do we have time for here. Oh, let's do Cinebench real quick. Okay, so I don't know with how low that CPU was scoring that if this CPU is ready yet, like if it's got all the updates it needs to hit its full wattage. But we're gonna see. But yeah, so far I'm impressed with like the fan noise being pretty decent. Not nearly as loud as people are claiming. I'm impressed with the look and the feel. I'm impressed with the keyboards. The speakers are just incredible. All right, let's just do a single run right here. Hold on. Advanced benchmark. Okay, let's see what happens. Oh wait, I'm in silent mode. Dang it. All right, well, silent mode, Cinebench. Let's see what it gets. That is nice. It's a very nice looking laptop. I'm not even gonna lie to y'all. Well, it's not crawling, and we're in silent mode, so that's cool. It's going pretty fast through this benchmark. I'm just doing a single run just to see like how it performs. 16,000 points in silent mode. That's crazy. Wait, what? Am I actually in silent mode? That was 60 watts. Oh god, what happened? Did I just change like window scaling on accident? Okay, yeah, that was silent mode. Hold on, let's do turbo now. That is a crazy score for freaking silent mode. 16.8 is like what... That's like nearly what this gets in turbo. Oh yeah, it's definitely been installing stuff. Okay, so with install like Windows updates happening in the background, we still managed about 20k almost, or 18.7 in turbo. And we got over 16k in silent mode. So I mean that CPU is just, that is crazy. That's nice. Yeah, it's definitely like, they might be trying to override my graphics driver with how the oh, I hate Windows Update sometimes. Dang, that is pretty sick. Well, I'm gonna put the camera here real quick, see what y'all are saying. Okay, so someone asked that people have said that it's harder to press down on the trackpad. I would say no. It's very easy to press down on the trackpad, although I don't like the noise mine's making, on the G16 at least. So I don't know what's happening there. Like it just makes like a too high pitch of a noise for me. So I'm gonna open the laptop and see what's happening. And then not on stream though, but let's see. Someone was talking about text fringing on OLED. No. We are at like, this is basically at 100% scaling right now on the screen, and the text is actually pretty sharp at 1600p. But yeah, I've heard reports, I mean not reports, but like especially on monitors, like big monitors, 32 inches OLED displays, you can see a lot of text fringing. I have an ultra wide OLED, and I'd see less text fringing on this than I do on that. In a year that these are going to be $1,000 less, and you're going to lose all the value. That goes with pretty much any electronics purchase. So it doesn't really matter what you buy. Just if you have a need for it is what matters. So you could buy a car, drive it off the lot, and it's going to be worth $5,000 less right then and there. So if you use that like that mindset in life, you're just going to be always waiting to buy, and you'll never buy anything. Doesn't VBIOS swapping to higher wattage damage the GPU over time? I mean, I played through pretty much all of Cyberpunk on this one with the VBIOS swapped, and no issues at all. As long as you control your thermals, then you should be okay. Just keep an eye on like your GPU temps. You can always throttle it back a little bit if you need to. Lift the laptop up, maybe buy a cooling pad. Fingerprint test. Yeah, I did that earlier in the stream. The white nothing. Like, you can't see fingerprints at all. This one, well, there you go. Yeah. Boom. Instant fingerprints. I'm also a bit sweaty right now. Well, my hands are. Okay, zero. Yeah, okay, I see what you mean. Like, do you get $1,000 worth? Like, do you get that extra money's worth of performance? No. So I mean but that just depends on what matters more to you. Do you want, like, if a lighter, more portable laptop with better battery life and an OLED display, if that's more important to you than FPS or anything else, like if that's like your top priority in a laptop, then yeah, this might be worth more money for you. Personally, me, probably not. Like, I would still choose having the 4090 and a 14-inch chassis that can run the same as this one and the 16-inch. But that might not be the case for a lot of people. Maybe some people are choosing between this and like a freaking, I don't know, Alienware M16 or something. And this would make more sense to me, you know. But yeah, then again, if you're talking, you know, like the 4060 G14 from last year, that's like $1,000. You would have to really like this. You would have to really want this chassis, this display, for that to make sense to you. And that is, again, a personal thing. So I like, it's hard. You can't say that it's not worth it, because to some people it is worth it. Okay, let's see what else. Okay, let's do Cinebench on the G14 now. While this one's doing Cinebench, I'm going to reboot the G16. All right. Oh, let me focus. Sorry. Okay. God, I hate that noise. Asus, just please take that out of your laptops. Especially if it's going to be focused on creators now. You know how embarrassing that's going to be if a video professional guy pulls that out in front of the office and it makes that noise. All right, I'm just going to do turbo. I'm going to do silent on this guy too for Cinebench, because like that was kind of crazy how the oh shoot, hold on, I want to just do one run, not like 10 minutes. We're not doing all that. Okay, let's see what you do here. Yo, chill. So yeah, I will agree with some reviews that said like it's easier to get the G16's fans going than the G14's. The G14 definitely has a less aggressive fan curve. The fans get about the same like noise once they hit their maximum level, but the G14's takes a little longer to get there. The G16 will be kind of running its fans like a little quicker. Okay, so this one gets like about 17K in turbo. So like It's not too much less than our G16 here. Let's see about silent mode now. I'm curious how well they tune this silent mode. Someone said that last year's G14 got super hot and shuts down. No, it's never done that to me. I think that would mean a defective product. Maybe a CPU that the liquid metal wasn't on there correctly. Okay. It scored the same in silent mode that it did in turbo. Like it's basically the same. So both of these can hit over 16K in Cinebench and silent mode. That's kind of nuts. So they definitely do prioritize CPU power when they're in silent mode. Pretty cool. Let's go ahead and just do like Cyberpunk or something. Let me see what happens when we install that. I'm going to copy Cyberpunk over. Oops. See this, look at that transfer rate. Let's see what we got going on here. That's a great transfer rate. This isn't even like a Thunderbolt enclosure either that I'm running from, and it's still hitting almost a gigabyte per second almost. So that is a fast port. We love to see it. All right, my Asus. All right, so for those of you watching, we're about to run Cyberpunk on here. I was thinking about doing Shadow of the Tomb Raider, but I think I want to do Cyberpunk first and see where we are from there. I feel like that's going to be a good enough, like a pretty good judge of how this thing can perform. And I'll compare it to, I'll pull up like other laptop data here so you can see how like where you fall basically in comparison to other laptops once we run some of these Cyberpunk benchmarks. Okay. Why do you have to have internet to install when I just freaking moved it over? I swear Steam is like, it wants you to be online so bad. It's like, yo, don't even think about playing offline. Mr. Steam, I am connected to the internets. All right, you're gonna make me exit you and start over. It's not very nice. see. I had last year's 4090 G14 and it's never shut down. Yeah, exactly. Like I've never had an issue. Even with the 175 watt V-BIOS, I've never had it get to the point of shutting down ever while playing. Like it runs like a champ, honestly. To this day, this is still the most power you can get in a device this small. Like nothing quite gets there. Okay. All right, that's gonna do that. Let me answer a couple questions. I really want the G16 with the 4090, but I can't seem to find any. Yeah, so it did recently get sold out at Best Buy. Um, I think it sold out within a day, I think, of when it went live. So that was kind of crazy. And then same with the 4070 G14. It's also sold out unless they restocked and I didn't know about it. But as far as I know, both of these machines are sold out. So that's great. I guess they didn't anticipate this many people to buy them. I don't really know, to be honest. Test it unplugged. Yeah, I will definitely do that. So would you say the Legion? Oh shoot. Someone said, would you say the Legion is more sleazy and plasticky than the ROG Zephyrus series? Yeah, I would. The Legion Pro 5, yeah. Actually, the Legion Pro 7 is plastic now too, like the whole thing pretty much. So, I used to love the Legion Pro 7 when it was called the Legion 7, like the 2021 and the 2022 model. Um, it used to look really cool, and then the 2023 model and 2024 kind of ruined that. They made them like really plasticky now. The trackpad feels really cheap. It just feels like a really cheap laptop construction wise, except for the RGB. They kind of try to make up for it with the RGB LED light, and it can only do so much. Um, what would the performance difference be between the 2024 G14 with the 4060 and the 4070? It's going to be about 10%. It's going to be about 10 to 15% FPS. So think about it like this. If you get 60 FPS on a 4060 G14 in Cyberpunk, you're going to get about 67 FPS on a 4070, maybe 70 FPS. So you're going to get like 10 more FPS in a game that's like 60 FPS. Like somewhere between that range, like 6 to 10 more FPS. So is that worth the upgrade in price? You know, that comes down to you. May not be for everyone. But the positive with the 4070 model of the G14 is that 32 gigs of RAM. I'm not going to lie, 16 gigs is still okay. But it makes me sad that we can't get any higher than that on a without having to go to the 4070 model. A little depressing, if I do say so myself. Would you recommend the G14 or last year's ZenBook 14 Pro? That's a good question. I never actually owned the ZenBook 14, but I did use one at like, or no, it wasn't the Pro model. There was one at Best Buy, but it wasn't this exact one. And that's a tough question because I do like the fact that there's G-Sync on this OLED panel. I like the fan tuning. I love the keyboard. The ZenBook is not set up either for like how much you can customize your settings. So, for example, like the G14, you can customize your wattage, your temperature limits. Like you can do so much to make this thing play the way you want it to. You can set your fan curves exactly to your desired level. If you want your noise to be quieter, you can just literally bring your fans down, like just drag them down as much as you want. I mean, factoring in like throttling, of course. Like the settings that you have to work with are so much more than what a ZenBook gives you. So, all right, we're running in turbo. Let's just go ahead and do RT Ultra. We're not going to do frame generation or anything. We're just going to go ahead and straight up run the RT Ultra preset. Oh, you know one thing I forgot to mention? This is 1800p now instead of 1600p. So you have a little bit more pixels, which makes no sense on a 14-inch laptop. But we're just going to run it at 1600. All right. Actually, I'm going to do 1440 because I have way more data for 1440. I guess they had to do 1800p because maybe that's just all the panel manufacturers made. That was probably the only way they were going to get OLED in a laptop this small. So it is what it is. It's kind of a weird thought, though, that this laptop has a higher resolution screen than the bigger one. It just doesn't really make sense. But yeah, so okay, let's let that run. And I'm copying Cyberpunk onto this one now. Wait, did I already do it? Oh, I already did. Stupid. Okay. So, okay, FPS wise on the RT Ultra preset, like 45 FPS. Not too bad. OLED screen looks beautiful. I'm gonna go ahead and pull up my RT Ultra here chart. So we have it. And we're gonna install. Oh yeah, I forget you have to freaking be connected. So yeah, we're in turbo. This fan noise does not bother me at all still. Okay, 44 FPS. Let's see what our temps were looking like real quick. So throughout that run, we were hitting like 51 watts. Hold on. 51 watts on the CPU. About, wait, what? 51 watts? Oh no, it was like 15 watts. Okay. And then like 84 watts on the GPU. CPU was in like the 60s during the benchmark, and then the GPU was okay, a little bit up there. It was actually got like 84 on this one. So, but I mean, these fans are pretty quiet right now. The fans were like slowly ramping up. So 44 FPS. Let's see what that puts you on this chart. Oh wow, that puts you pretty far down. Did I do this right? Hold on. Yeah, because like, hold on, 4070 should get about 54 FPS. Unless the game is updated. Because there's no way it's like barely beating a 3070. Hold on. I guess my only question would be like if Cyberpunk has updated something recently that has driven down what kind of FPS you get in games. That might be a concern. Because even at 90 watts, a 4070 should easily beat a 3070 or a 3070 Ti. Which would mean that the game has somehow changed. Maybe, let me try Ultra. I'm gonna max it out manually and do Ultra now and see what happens. Someone said makes sense low wattage. No, it doesn't. It doesn't make sense. Only because our time spy score, even at 90 watts of a 4070, which is, it, keep in mind a 4070 only needs about 100 watts. Doesn't matter, like that's pretty much the max you performance you can get out of a 4070 is after 100 watts. So 90 watts is easily close enough. And in Time Spy, we were at 11,500 graphics score, which is basically exactly where you want to be for a 4070. It's right on par. So the only thing that would make sense is if maybe there was an update to the game or something, or if we thermal throttled, but it didn't look like it. Dang, this is beautiful though, this display. A lot of people like to say that, like, oh, it's low wattage, yeah, that makes sense. But like, you really do have to take into consideration how the voltage limit and all these, like, there's so many like little things that factor in besides just wattage with Nvidia, like, you know, the voltage limit on the 4060 4070 versus the 4080 and 4090. It's not always completely linear either with the wattage decrease. Okay, so it looks like we got like 57 here, which puts us, so it puts us about like a 3080 level. Still not quite like a 4070, like the flow, but it's close, which does make me think that maybe there is a change with one of the updates in Cyberpunk, because this is from like, I think there was a 2.01 update in Cyberpunk recently, and most of my stuff is from 2.0 or before that. So, but either way, I mean, 57 FPS puts you over a 3080 laptop from, you know, a couple of years ago. It's not bad. This is making me want to do Shadow of the Tomb Raider now, because Shadow of the Tomb Raider is like way more consistent. We're doing Shadow of the Tomb Raider. I don't trust Cyberpunk anymore. Don't trust you. Oh, 2.1? They're on 2.1, not 2.01. Alright, so I'm going to have to do some research there, because that could very well be the case. I know this has happened to Jared's Tech sometimes, where like his Red Dead Redemption and stuff results have been off because a game update would happen and it changed the results so much that comparing to other laptops almost made it impossible. Which is sad. We hate to see that, but games do update, and then sometimes they optimize, and sometimes they get worse. I mean, I'm not unhappy with 57 FPS though. Let me be clear on that. 57 FPS at the Ultra preset in Cyberpunk on this little guy. That's good. It's no 92 FPS from this one, but you know, it's not like the worst thing. 57's good. It's just how the 4070 is, you know. All right, I'm installing a Shadow the Tomb Raider. Shadow the Tomb Raider has stayed pretty consistent over the years. That's why it's always kind of been like my baseline, even though it does prefer Intel. Shadow the Tomb Raider likes more RAM and it likes Intel processors, but at least like they haven't updated it to the point where the FPS numbers are like completely unusable or anything anymore. Is the bottom of the chassis burning? Let me check. No. It's actually really cold right here. It's cold here. It's like slightly warm. Like slightly warm right here. Like I could have this on my lap right now and I'd be just fine. Even with it gaming. Like we just came out of a benchmark, so it should be like warm still. So I think they've done a really good job with the fans, or like the direction of the fans, the routing of the air or whatever, you know, through the chassis, because you could game on your lap easily. Like that feels great. It doesn't even feel like your average gaming laptop. It feels like an Ultrabook. Just don't bring it plugged into the hot tub, yeah. Oh, someone said the 2.1 update should have had a performance increase. Yeah, okay. I don't know, man. That's so weird. Something is not sitting right with me on that. It's just a theory. Because when I saw Jared's Tech's review on the G14, it was only like, if you disregard the 1080p results, because that's more CPU bound, but in the GPU bound scenarios, like 1440p, it was only like 2-3 FPS behind the competition. So all right, Shadow the Tomb Raider. Let's freaking go. All right. I love how fast Shadow the Tomb Raider boots up too. It's so nice. It's like you can get to the benchmark of this game so quick. Alright, 1440p, no DLSS or any of that nonsense. Let's go. I also do wonder if there's like any more updates happening in the background. Because this is still kind of out of the box more than it would be a completely optimized updated experience. I did have a BIOS update, but Windows Update, as y'all know, can be pretty sneaky with background stuff. So again, we're at manually maxed out fans here. I would say the fan noise is pretty much on par with last year. There's no whiny third fan like people are saying. It's a pretty consistent whoosh. Sounds great for a 14-inch laptop that's this tiny. Yeah, I mean, it's nice. Let's see. Is the SSD upgradable in the G14? Yes. So you can still upgrade your SSD, which is nice. Just not your RAM. Is flashing the VBIOS on the G16 risky? There's always a risk in flashing a VBIOS, but you know, it's. I'm not gonna say do it, but I'm gonna say like when you have both integrated graphics and dedicated graphics on a laptop, you know, you're a lot less likely for it to get bricked because you have something to fall back on and like reinstall stuff if something were to go wrong. Did you try out the Windows Hello with the camera? Well, okay, so I did have that Cyberpunk set to 1440p, by the way. Unless it was like somehow defaulting back to 1800p. And it may have when I hit full screen. I don't know. But I know this benchmark like the back of my hand, so it's like this one I will be able to tell you if it is purely lower because of AMD or lower because of the GPU or if it's in a good ballpark. So 4070 on this benchmark should get about, we want to see over 100 FPS, hopefully. Even if it's like 98, 99, that's pretty good. Let's see. Oh, perfect. Okay. Yeah, 101. Yeah, okay. So something was up with the Cyberpunk. I don't know what it was. Maybe it was when I hit full screen. It might have gone to 1800p. Because, yeah, 101. And check this out. That pretty much puts it right at... I only have one 4070 here. But 106 is what that one got. And that was an Intel processor where Shadow the Tomb Raider likes Intel more. You usually always get like a few more FPS on Intel. So... pretty much puts us right up there with like a 120 watt minus the Intel advantage. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say that's pretty on par with the 4070. Let's see what we got as far as temps. Okay, looks like our GPU was pretty much at like 76 the whole time. So that's great. The CPU was only using about 15 watts. And the CPU was only at like 63 degrees. That is ice cold. GPU, 90 watts basically the whole time. 88, 89. Well, okay, it did go down to like 85 at one point. But pretty much 90 watts, especially towards the end. And again, mid 70s on the temps. Bottom of the laptop is still cold. You could easily have that on your lap. Again, it's not going to be 170 FPS like these 4090s, but, you know, that's not a bad result. I mean, this is a tiny laptop. This thing is small, you guys. It is thin. It is literally right on top of the desk. Like, the feet are tiny on it. It's like almost laying flat on the desk. Yet it's not choking at all. And it looks like this. It looks like a MacBook. So, That's pretty sick. That is pretty sick. Oh, and I'm gonna do this one more time, you guys, in silent mode. I'm just curious if this thing can actually game in silent mode, or if they like do like the Asus will do sometimes and destroy silent mode performance. Let's see. I switched it to silent mode and the fans are still running full blast. Hello. Bro. I said silent mode. What are you doing? It's like it's not listening to me. Did it go away from silent? And again, there could be updates and bugs and stuff, you know. I'm not going to sit here and claim it's perfect yet. There's still so much more to test out, you know. Okay, it looks like the fans are calming down. Let's do this now. Silent mode. Shadow the Tomb Raider benchmark. That's really good so far. Over 80 FPS. The fans are still going down in speed right now. You can probably hear it on the mic. They're barely going. It's still getting quieter. Wow. This silent mode is almost too quiet. I almost wish it would be a little bit louder just to have a little more performance, but I'm curious what the temps are going to be because this is so quiet. Oh, yeah. Yep, there we go. I was about to say, there's no way. The fans are like almost barely going. Yeah, it's a slideshow. Okay. So yeah, what I'd recommend if you get this thing is if you want to game in silent mode, just grab G Helper, increase the fans a little bit, and you would get out of this slideshow. So it seems like they really prioritize CPU then for silent mode, because I can definitely tell this GPU is throttling in silent, which I mean that's expected. You know, I'm not gonna lie. That's just how pretty much most laptops are in silent mode. They will throttle the GPU except for the Razer Blade. So I'm gonna just exit that. Not waste our time here. Let's try balance mode though. Let's see what that does. Maybe we can get like a good balance of not too much noise without losing too much performance. Let's see. By the way, I'm always going to call performance mode balance mode. I don't care what Armory Crate says. That is balance mode. Yeah, someone mentioned like, yeah, the ZenBook Pro still has like the more power hungry Intel chips, and that is a good point too. That this has over the ZenBook is that AMD processor. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I would much rather have that than the one in the ZenBook, just because like the battery life. I've seen. I mean, Jared's Tech, or it was Jared's Tech that got like 11 hours of YouTube playback, which is crazy. Okay, balance mode right now is much more feasible. The fans are there, but they're not crazy. This is definitely like at a comfort level to where you could have it around family or friends and they wouldn't like give you the hardest stares. Like it's just a very normal fan noise right now. So here's G16 with the screen off again so you can see the reflection handling. It's Really good for OLED. That's some of the best reflection handling I've seen on OLED. Wonder if I can compare here. So you see like on this monitor. Oh, I don't know, it's kind of tough to tell on this monitor. But that versus... It's like diffused. That's the word I've been looking for. Diffused. Still chugging along good over here. I mean, I'm impressed, y'all. I'm not gonna lie. Like, a lot of people are saying, oh, this 4070 doesn't even do good. Oh, it's a gimped 4070. Oh, it's performing worse than 4060s. I'm not seeing that so far. So far I am seeing your standard 4070 performance. Maybe like a little bit less. Sometimes, like, I guess the Intel, you know, some Intel 4070s might perform higher in some games like this one. But this is very on par. Look at y'all's questions a little bit. Someone said battery life on the ZenBook is around 7 hours, which is close to the new G14. I've seen varying results. I've seen G14 getting like 10 hours, you know. And like I said in Jared's tech review, he got 11 hours on YouTube playback or something like that. It was something crazy. During normal use, I don't know. Maybe it'll be 7 hours. Maybe it'll be still higher. So we lost only 10 FPS in balance mode? That is crazy. So yeah, we only lost like 10% FPS in balance mode. That's really good. That is the equivalent of a Legion 5 Pro running at full maxed out wattage. Like the 3070 Legion 5 Pro. So, and that's in the balance mode. That's really good. That is pretty sick, you guys. That is the one nice thing I will say with the 4070 is like the drop in performance to balance mode is almost non-existent. Whereas like on a 4080, 4090, it's quite a bit more. All right. Let me exit Steam on here so that it doesn't yell at me. I'm going to go ahead and do Shadow the Tomb Raider on this one too. We're going to compare 4090s. It is time. Let's see. Oh, whoops. Get back on the internet. Don't need no Bluetooth. Steam doesn't like to reconnect. It's really annoying. I guess I don't need this plugged in. So yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Like, if you're looking for a 4070 laptop and you want the most premium one out there, I would choose this like over a. It's like if you're chasing premium. I'm not talking about chasing budget. You're not chasing, like the best value. I'm not gonna call this the best value. But if you are chasing something premium that looks like an Ultrabook that you could kind of flex on people with a little bit, like, this is cooler than the Blade 14 by far. This is cooler than the Legion Slim 14. It looks beautiful, and I've played with all those. It's cooler than any 14-inch laptop that I've seen. This is the closest thing to a MacBook, like, especially if you're after a MacBook with an OLED screen. You're just not going to find that anywhere else. And you can always turn this thing off if you don't like it. But yeah, I mean, I'm not going to like come to a hard conclusion yet because I still want to do a lot of testing on it. But so far, I would totally choose this, like I said, over a Blade 14. Like the 140 watt 4070 thing is just such a scam. I'm sorry, but like, you're within like 2-3 FPS, 5 FPS most at the most, and that's with considering an Intel advantage. So, like, come on. You get crazy good battery life. These are my initial thoughts, y'all. Don't take this for like final thoughts. These are just initials. I forgot to have my volume up. I'm still this freaking trackpad, man. Something is wrong with this trackpad. If it's not something I could fix myself, it might be just something like loose and underneath the laptop that I could probably just move out of the way if I just open the back. But if it ended up being like a defect, I would probably exchange this one. Because that trackpad noise that would bother me for sure. Let me open HW info here. Oh, do I still have, was this one still going on H1? Yeah. So, okay, in balance mode, by the way, this was hitting like 79. So it was like a few degrees warmer on the GPU in balance mode, but nothing crazy. It was still hitting like 75 watts though. That's pretty nice. So you're only going down from like 90 to 75 in balance mode. That's pretty sick. Go away. Okay. God, these speakers, you guys. Oh, that is crazy. I love these speakers. I'm already starting to get annoyed by these fingerprints though. I'm gonna look at some more questions while that's running. Yeah, a lot of people are saying that the Legion Slim might be the best value 14-inch. And I do sort of agree. And kind of don't. Only because it's missing a lot of features. I know, like, I've been like, I've said this over and over, but if you go to like the end of my G14 review, I kind of compare it to the Legion. Now, when the Legion 14 is on sale and it's only like $1,000, then yeah, it's pretty freaking good. Because you do get that OLED screen, but it does not have variable refresh rate, so there's no G-Sync. So you're probably going to get screen tearing. You're going to get a little less FPS when you run it at its native resolution. And it's got some other little like things that are just kind of annoying, like the speakers and stuff like that. But I would say at the same price, I would probably still choose the G14, but that's just me personally. But compared to this one, I'd say it's no competition. Like, this one wins every time. Unless the budget doesn't account for it, then the Legion is definitely a better value. Because especially when it goes on sale, it gets cheap. So Ryzen with Nvidia or Intel with Nvidia? So when I say Intel advantage, I'm only talking about certain games. Like Shadow of the Tomb Raider likes Intel processors a little bit more. So you typically see those above the others, but keep in mind, even the new Intel chips are still not as efficient as AMD. So AMD is always going to win for efficiency, battery life, things like that. So it just kind of comes down to what you value more. If you like performance on battery, battery life, you don't like to run your CPU at a very high wattage, you don't really care that much about CPU performance, and I'm not gonna lie, in a lot of games it doesn't really matter too much how high your CPU can boost. So that's what that comes down to between AMD and Intel. For me personally, at least. There's more to it than that, but like that's kind of the gist of it. I'm gonna start running like battery life estimates here in a second too, so stay tuned for that. How do you think the Acer Swift 4070 with the new Intel Ultra CPUs and 120 Hz OLED compares? No one, yeah, that is a good point. No one reviews Acer. But it's usually because their products are kind of cheaply made. I mean, the ones I've used, especially like in Best Buy when I've gone in and just kind of tested things out, they're usually very cheap feeling. But that Acer Swift sounds pretty sick though. I would have to see like that wattage of the 4070 before I drew any conclusions, because if it's like 50 watts or 60 watts or something, then yeah, it's going to be quite a bit behind this. Okay, so we got 131 FPS here. Shadow the Tomb Raider. I'm going to give you some comparative data. That was in turbo mode, I think. So we were getting like 30 FPS more, basically, compared to this. 30% more performance right there. That's just in turbo mode, and it looks like you get that extra wattage in manual mode. So I'm going to rerun it in manual. So what does 131 mean compared to others? That puts you below the G14 4090 by quite a bit. Let's run it in manual mode again. I want to see that score get higher. I'm thinking manual mode might be the move on this laptop. I'm thinking turbo mode is just kind of gimped. Which would be good if you're using G Helper, because you can make your turbo mode perform a little better in G Helper. Probably at the same fan noise too. So fans just got a little bit louder. But now we're probably actually hitting that full 125 watts. So let's see what happens. In the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and just unplug this guy. Charge rate. Let me go ahead and add that to the tray. Oh, I'm in GPU bin. Let's switch over to Optimus. All right, we're looking at the battery for the G14. Let's see what we get at idle. I'm going to let it settle though, because I just did a lot of settings and switching, and it still might be running background processes, so don't take this to like literally. We'll do like half brightness or a little bit less. Right now it's at minus 19 watts, so it's definitely got to get lower than that. That tells me that there's something happening in the background. We want to see it at idle get hopefully to 10 watts or less. I'm going to give it a second. Let it think about what it's doing. So far in comparison to these though, I would say like if you're talking 4070 to 4070, like ignoring the 4090, they're pretty similar in performance wise. Like fan noise wise, pretty similar. I'm expecting more battery life from the 2024. I would say the chassis feels cooler on the 2024. Especially underneath. Like you could actually probably game in your lap on the 2024, which is crazy to say. And again, you're talking about a MacBook aesthetic in comparison. It quite literally looks like a MacBook next to that. It sits flat on the table. Again, keycaps are bigger. Travel distance is the same. Speakers are like 100 times better. The speakers literally sound like a nice Bluetooth speaker. So CPU is pretty much the same though, I feel like. Okay, 137. So we got like, what, 6 more FPS for manual mode. I would have hoped for a little bit more. So that puts us like right under the G14. So like 7, 8 FPS under the G14's 4090. So I mean that's not like amazing. But again, I'm not going to draw any conclusions because I still want to get every single thing updated on this guy. I want to run more benchmarks. I want to see if certain games are performing less than others. Because it looked like our time spy was pretty much the same. So I would expect that once things are more updated, that it will actually perform. I'm going to almost say that it's going to perform identical to the 4090 G14. I'm going to go ahead and say that, even though a lot of reviews are saying it's performing less, but I've already shown in Time Spy that we're pretty much on par. So that's just me. That's my guess. I'm not going to say, like, again, that's final thoughts, but I'm going to go ahead and say that, like, this is going to be pretty much identical to the G14 4090. So it just comes down to if you want that 16-inch, if you're like thinking about between these two, you know, do you want that 16-inch OLED? Do you like it that it sits flat on the desk? You know, it is definitely bigger. Like the footprint is for sure, without a doubt, bigger. I don't know if you can tell from here. But oh, I didn't mean for the screen to go away. Dang it. I got caught up in what I was talking about. Come back. Okay. It looked like we were at like -9 watts for a second there when the screen didn't go away. -9 watt hours or whatever, which would be like, what is it, 76 watt hour battery? I think it'll go lower than that. Because I've gotten this one down to like -6 or something, or -5, something crazy like that. So we'll see how much performance we lose in balance mode. Sorry, I'm coming back to the comments, y'all. Are you team G16 or G14? If you're talking about the new ones, I think I'm more team G16. But it's tough, honestly. Like if we were talking like the same GPU in both, I'd be team G14 for sure. The speakers kind of sound better in the G14 for some reason too. It's just so thin and light. It's crazy how thin and light it is. Also, if you like just recently came to the stream, a lot of reviews were complaining about screen wobble, but it's really not that bad on both of them. Like, it's fine. I don't know why people are making a big deal about that. Side-by-side 4K video. Oh, that's a good. I like your thinking. Hold on. I'm gonna play like that. What is it? The Dolby Vision one. Do I have HDR on here? Where's it at? Oh, hold on. Gotta plug back in. Yeah, it's gonna be hard for me to draw a conclusion on battery right now, to be honest. I think there's just too much happening in the background on this G14, just because it's fresh out of the box. Like that wattage was not going below like -19 So that tells me that it's sorry if I just coughed in your ear. It just tells me there's stuff happening. There's gears turning. Let's look at some HDR content, shall we? Dolby 4K. Let's see. Where's that one I always use? Yeah, whatever. I'll just do the standard one that everyone does. Looking good. Let me start them both over. Hold on. Yeah, trying to get it caught up. Okay, there we go. Right off the bat, the color profiles look different. It's funny. Like the last year's G14 kind of looks greener in comparison. And that might just be like a color profile thing. You can definitely tell the mini LED is brighter, but yeah, see like the brightness popping out of the honey. I'm not sure why the colors were so different. And I couldn't tell you which one's more accurate either. But again, I mean, this is just one of the impressive things with mini LED, though. It is pretty much... I mean, look at that. Like, it's hard to tell when you've got two HDR videos playing. My video's kind of lagging on this one for a little bit, but yeah, that's a tough one. I can't even tell you which one looks better, to be honest. They both look beautiful. That is tough. Okay, over here, we lost like about 10 FPS or so going down to balance mode, which is actually not as much of a loss in performance as I thought we'd lose. So that's pretty great. I wonder if there's going to be like an obvious difference in brightness between these two guys. I'm going to go ahead and pull up a 4K video on here. Let's do HDR. Sometimes there's a slight color difference between like Optimus and Nvidia GPUs. Or like, I mean, when you're in Optimus mode versus Nvidia GPU only. I'm just trying to think of reasons why it might have been like that. Okay. I'm going to come back to the comments here in a second too. Let me know you guys' thoughts. So yeah, other than like refresh rate, I feel like these panels are probably the same. Look at that. There's a color difference between them too. Oops, let me focus more. There we go. There's a slight color. Well, it's like, it's so almost nothing though. Brightness is pretty much identical. Yeah, brightness is identical on both. There's not really that much of a color difference. It's almost identical. I think this one's just almost a little more green tinted, I think. Unless my eyes are just deceiving me. But yeah, they're about the same. They're great panels. I'm going to guess like 450 nits, maybe 500. Just looking at it compared to the mini LED. Someone said mini LED EU. No, I wouldn't say EU. I think the only green tint thing might just be because I'm in DGPU mode. Or I might have been in like on the wrong color profile or some crap. It'd be like that sometimes. I think the mini LED looks still fantastic. Anyone know the wattage on the new? Oh, no. 2023. The 2023 Zephyrus G16 uses a 13900H. Is that a reason to avoid it now? Should we be saving money for 14900HX processors? No. No. There's no need for that. Oh, shoot. Let me... 14900HX, keep in mind, is not a difference. There's not a different generation there. It's the same. It's the same exact CPU, just with a higher boost clock. Slightly higher. I'm talking 13900HX versus 14900HX. So it's that one's all kind of a scam. I feel like the Ultra 9 is actually the new generation. So you're getting an actual new CPU here that is much more efficient than the 13900H. And like a billion times more efficient than the HX. Like that one's not even close. Let's see what else we can test out here. You know, let's look at we'll see how the SSDs are running. I'm gonna switch cameras. I'm so tired of just holding this camera. All right. Let's see what our SSD speed is. We already got over 7,000 there. Oops. 7,000 read. That's really good. I'm going to do like 3 runs. We don't need to do 5. This one's probably going to finish first now. You know what? Whatever. I'll just run a crystal disk mark here too. Why not? This is not the stock SSD in this one though. This is pretty much like this is the Samsung 990 Pro. And so you want to see this will be like a good standard for good speeds. So already the G14's stock SSD is a little slower, about 2 gigabytes a second slower. Oh, I have this one reading in gigabytes a second. This one's pretty much on par with the G14. They're both 7.1 gigabytes a second. On par with the Samsung 990. I'm going to look at y'all's comments while I'm waiting on this. Is there a function lock for hotkeys? No. Will there ever be a freaking function lock on a Zephyrus laptop? Please, God. Asus, if you're listening, just give it to us, man. Give us the function lock. But that's why we have G-Helper. That is exactly why we have G-Helper. Surge has given us things that we've always wanted. For free. He didn't even charge us. Which would you choose, $1,000? Sorry. $1,000 for last year's model or $2,000 for this year's? Wait, 1,000? Oh, for last year's, but 3070? Oh, no. I don't think I would do a 3070 anymore. I would do a 4070 because DLSS has gotten so good. Like frame generation, all that stuff. It's going to help out so much on a processor like this or a GPU like this. So unless you're, I think there's like a way to maybe hack frame generation onto the older like 3070s, 3060s and whatever. So maybe if you do something like that, but the 4070 is also really efficient. Like it barely loses any performance when you go down to like balance mode from turbo. So I love the efficiency of the 4000 series cards. That's like my only, that's like my biggest reason for liking them so much. Even though I'm like still salty that the 4070 doesn't perform higher. I can't be super mad. So these are pretty much on par. Like 7,000 read, over 6,500 write speed, which is really fast. This is about 5,000 read, about 3,500 write speed. So it's about half the write speed on this SSD. So it's not, I mean, are you really going to notice? You're not going to notice in games. Maybe if you're doing like crazy video editing, sure, maybe you might want to upgrade to a quicker SSD. But then again, maybe that's part of the reason why this gets such good battery life is because maybe that that drive might be more efficient on this one. I don't know. All things that I want to test out though later on. How much can the slash lighting be customized? That's a good question. Okay. Our slash lighting. Here we go, slash lighting. I'm gonna skip the tutorial and pretend like I know what I'm doing. So you can have it match to music. You can have it do a bounce. You can have it do a slash. You can have it do this weird glitchy loading pattern, or you can have it off. So those are your animation choices. Here, I'm gonna get the other camera out so you can see. Your choices here. Not too crazy choices. Not that many. But whatever. I guess Sonic Match is kind of cool. Trying to like, oh, it's sensitivity. I don't know how this works, to be honest. I'd have to play with it. Of course, it's like not going to do anything. So it's cooler looking than I thought it would be. In person, it looks a little cooler than it does on video. It's a little glitchy looking though. Like, I feel like if someone saw my laptop doing this, they might think it's broken. They're gonna be like, yo, something's wrong with your laptop. Your lights are all over the place. So I would probably do like something more. I wonder if there's like one that's where it's just always on all the way across. There's probably a way. There's gotta be. What else are you guys asking? Yeah, there's only 7 zones on the slash lighting, so it's never gonna look like super smooth. I will agree. Again, it looks kind of glitchy. And I think they were doing that on purpose? I don't know. SD card speed? Alright. Let's see. Alright, so this one's micro SD. Don't have a problem with that because usually micro SD means it goes all the way in the laptop. Ugh. My fingernail's like too thick to get the freaking thing in there. I might need 2 hands for this one, y'all. Hold on. Okay. Let's see what we got on the SD card. Speed. Oh shoot, well I should probably put a file in here. Hold on. I'm gonna just move this graphics driver over and see what happens. So we are writing onto the SD card right now. Yeah, nothing crazy, like 40 megabytes a second. I thought it was faster than that. Maybe it's just because this file. Hold on. Let me copy it back. See what the read is. I'm just being lazy, not wanting to do crystal disk mark. Oops. All right, let me do it the real way. Let me not be lazy. But I'm not going to do like a crazy, I'm going to do 1 gig, 1 run. And then we're going to test the SD card on here too. See which one can read a SD card faster. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have done a gigabyte. It's taking a second. Let me do 128 megabytes. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty standard. About 100 megabytes read. Let's see. Let's see what it does for write speed. Hold on. I'm going to try and read some of y'all's comments while I'm looking. Okay, I'm probably just going to run this, and if there's any like specific things that y'all want me to do that are fairly quick, I'll consider it, but I might just start giving some more initial thoughts and kind of probably end it sort of shortly after this. Okay, so 50 megs on the write speed. Maybe that's not very fast. Maybe that's my micro SD card. I mean, it's not bad by any means, but I could have sworn I saw reviews that it was faster. What SD card is this? It's a V30 class 3. I don't know. Let's see if the G16, how it does. G16, this is new to Zephyrus notebooks, full-size SD card reader. But you know what that usually means? It means it freaking sticks out the side. What? Did I just forget that I installed a Crystal Disk Mark? I'm just going to do the top sequentials. Sequential read and write, and that's it on these. Yeah, about the same, 95. Watch it be 50 write speed. If it's going to be 50 on here, then that tells me it's just my SD card. Yeah, it is. Okay. I guess maybe I should have gotten a faster SD card. I think I do have faster ones laying around. They're in my cameras, though. And I'm using both cameras right now. Okay. Let me give you some nice camera angles here. Overall, I mean, so far, guys, I'm impressed. I am impressed. My conclusions, well, no, I'm not gonna say conclusions. My thoughts, though, like, I think people are a little too hard on the 4090 on this guy. A lot of people are not considering that it is actually 125 watts instead of 115. Everyone keeps saying 115 in the reviews. It is not. In turbo mode, it's 115 watts. In manual mode, it's 125. So people are not running it in manual mode. That's also kind of Asus's fault. I think they could have just made 125 all the way across in turbo mode. Why do we have to go to manual mode to get those extra 10 watts? Doesn't make sense. So G Helper would probably be a good way around that. But yeah, I think people are a little too harsh on the TGP of the 4090 in here. I think it could... I'm going to do more testing, of course. I'm not going to make any conclusions, but I think it's going to be about the same again as the 4090 G14. It is a bigger chassis, but it is thinner. It feels much better than like a Razer Blade 16. It's so much lighter than a Blade 16 and so much smaller and thinner. The gray is a fingerprint magnet, like people are saying. You can already see fingerprints all over this thing. So I would totally go for white. If budget is no concern to you, get the white. It's $200 more for some reason. People are saying, like, should I wait till next year? That's also a good choice. And what I say to that is, like, you know, it just depends on, like, your needs. Like, what do you, like, do you need a laptop like this right now? Will the 4090 Ti or 5090 be so much more efficient? Are they going to drop it completely? You know, what if next year comes around and now these only max out at like a 4070? So, or a 5070 or whatever that is, ends up being, what if the 5070 doesn't even perform as good as a 4080? So, it's so hard to tell, you know, that's like the hardest question to answer is like, should I wait? But I think it just comes down to what you think looks cool right now, what you have the budget for, and how much you really need it, you know. The temptation is real. I could go on forever about that, but yeah. I will say though, like just initially, like this is way cooler than what a lot of reviews are saying. It runs quieter than a lot of reviews are saying. The screen wobble is not as bad as a lot of reviews are saying. The underside is still cold. Like the keyboard is cool to the touch. The chassis is not warm and it is metal. So some people are saying the fans are whiny. The fans are not whiny. They sound pretty good. I feel like the vapor chamber is doing its job. Same with the G14. So up close, how is text clarity? Yeah, so here. That is your text clarity that you're looking at. I don't know how well that's going to translate on a stream, but it's clear. That is some clear text for OLED. And I know OLED can look pretty weird around text. So I think that's pretty impressive. I'm impressed with the text clarity, I'm not going to lie. Same with the G14. It has a slightly higher resolution. But you can't see any fringing. Text is crystal clear. It looks just like the mini LED to me as far as text goes. Oops. But yeah, again, y'all, like I would say like comparison to a Blade, this is better. So far to me, I think. I would take this over a Blade 15, that's for sure. Think about Blade 15s, you know. Blade 15 has always been a little thicker than this and always had a lower TGP. And like I said earlier in the stream too, like the Blade coating is so easy to scratch. And that is a solid paint coating. I will say the paint coating, my only downside with the paint coating is it takes away from the metal feel just a little bit. But I would rather have that, to be honest, because it feels like it's so scratch resistant. Look at all the fingerprints. It feels very scratch resistant. Whereas on a Blade, if you drop something on it, you're going to have a nice shiny aluminum silver spot staring at you forever. But yeah, that's kind of my initial impressions on the G16. Again, oh, and amazing speakers. Again, I will praise these speakers forever. They sound like a freaking JBL Bluetooth premium speaker coming out of this thing. The trackpad, it feels awesome. The keyboard feels amazing to type on. My click and my trackpad, I think something's wrong with it. I don't know, but I'm going to look into that. And then ports are good. I'm not too crazy about the new charging thing being a rectangle, but it is what it is. It's whatever. Just a really premium laptop. I mean, this is as premium as it gets. G14 impressions. I'm still bummed that you have to get the 4070 to get 32 gigs of RAM. I'm still bummed that it only goes up to a 4070 now. But again, this is quite literally an ultrabook with how thin it is. It looks like a MacBook. Like, with RGB. I mean, this is the closest thing you're going to get to like a MacBook 14. It is super stupid thin. Look how thin. Like, it is crazy thin. It sits flat, very flat on the table. The fans are not whiny like all the reviews say. I think maybe they got a defective third fan or something in some of the early units. Or maybe that BIOS update I got fixed it. But fan noise is good for a 14-inch laptop. Not super loud on either of them, to be honest. Fan noise was not too loud. You can always configure that in G-Helper. The OLED screen is beautiful. It's glossy. Handles reflections pretty well. Again, like I said earlier, the glass bezel is just, like that is so nice. It looks so premium. The white finish or silver finish is what my preferred finish. Can't tell fingerprints at all. Don't even see them. Looks super sleek. The white silver finish looks better with the slash lighting too, in my opinion. And the speakers for some reason sound better on the G14 than the G16. Like I said earlier, I think it might be like a software tuning that made it it like almost has more bass to it, more kick. And keyboard in comparison, like I said earlier as well, slightly larger keycaps, just as amazing to type on. What else can I say about the G14? It performs really well for a 4070, unlike all the reviews were saying. That 4070 performs right up to par with the others. And guys, if you have any more questions, go ahead and fire them at me. I'm just going to answer like some questions and then probably dip after that. Okay, and then another thing to reiterate on the G14. I'm going to reiterate this one more time. The bottom is still cool. It is still running cool on the bottom. Like, it's not too hot. You could probably game on your lap. Like, it actually, the body of the laptop feels cooler to me on this one than it does on this one. Even right now, the palm rest is kind of warm right here. But on this guy, it's cold on the palm rest. Ice cold. And the keyboard, same with the keyboard. It's like icy cold right here. Icy cold here. Just barely warm there. And this one is a good bit warmer in comparison. So yeah, I mean, I'm very impressed with like how they got the directional airflow. That must be that third fan. I think it's just like pushing everything just out. Even though the G16 does it too. Does a good job. So yeah, someone said the G14, is it not too small for gaming? So, I mean, I've been used to using this one now for like a year, over a year, or no, almost a year. And no, I would say it's not too small for gaming. Sometimes I do better. Like I was playing like Overwatch 2 like a few weeks ago on this one, and I was kind of just bouncing back and forth between my ultra wide and this, and I was performing better on this than I was on that. Maybe it was just like, I don't know. Maybe it was just in my head, but sometimes I feel like I do better on here because I can just see everything without having to look around too much. So take that for what it is, though. I mean, if my head is like back here though, then yeah, it's kind of hard to see. So you do have to sit probably a little bit closer. But I love the 14-inch portability though. I'm not gonna lie, it always feels much easier to just pick this guy up and throw it in my bag than it would be for like this, you know. I mean, it's not that this thing is crazy heavy either, but try doing that with a Blade 16 or a Legion Pro and you're gonna break a finger. Oh yeah, screen wobble one more time. It's not even bad at all. The reviews were totally overplaying that. It doesn't wobble while you type either. Like, it's staying completely still and I'm typing hard. So don't know why the reviews were saying that, but maybe that was just their units, maybe early units. Someone said, what's the problem with the G16 trackpad? I think there might be something stuck underneath here. Don't know what it is, don't know why. I'm gonna open it up and check it out though, like maybe tomorrow or something. Someone said 2023 G14 4080 versus 2024 4070. I would, man, that's tough. I'd probably still pick the 4080 for me personally, just because I like having more FPS. You're still going to be like 35% more FPS. So that would be really hard for me to drop, like going from like, 150 FPS to like 100 and, I don't know, probably like 105 or 110 FPS on this. So it just depends on how much that is a priority to you. But I would say this, I do like this chassis better, I'm not going to lie. So if you like that screen and that chassis more, then that might be worth it for you. Are there shortcuts? Play, pause, skip. You know what? I never use like those. I don't know. I'd have to get back to you on that. I mean, I know there's like volume mute and mic mute and stuff. So I don't know. I would have to look that up because that's not something I ever use. Can we play in the bed with the laptop? Like it's not too hot? Yeah, I'd say you could. Totally. Like it wouldn't get too hot. I don't think it would. I mean, I guess it kind of depends on everyone's like tolerance to heat, but like I would probably play in bed with this one before I did this one. And this one's not even too hot to me, but like these run like the chassis stays so cool somehow. Is there any OLED protection software? There is. Yeah, hold on real quick. I only answer like 2 more questions since I gotta go. Hold on, it's in here somewhere. Dang, where is it? I've seen reviews that show it, but there's like a panel care setting, like it does like pixel shift, and a automatic screensaver, and there's something else too. You can also do DC dimming somewhere, and it could be just because maybe this needs to update still, but you can do like a manual DC screen dimming instead of PWM, which is really nice for people that are sensitive to PWM flicker. So that's actually a really cool setting. But I've seen it in other reviews. It's there. Do I still recommend the 2023? Absolutely. Absolutely, I recommend it. I would be on the fence for me personally between this being the 4090 and that being the 4090 G16. I'd probably still pick this guy. I mean, it's just so portable and lightweight. Yeah, I do love this chassis. But I mean, initially, at least, I would probably pick this. Maybe I'll fall in love with that the more I use it. But I still love the 2023 model. I really do. Um, I wouldn't say this is like a bad laptop by any means, you know. But I'm also a sucker for glossy screens. So I just love how the glossy panels look. I'm a graphic designer who occasionally needs to take a laptop here and there, but I like using it in my bed when I'm relaxing. Um, would you recommend 14 or 16? If you're going to use it in bed, 14 inch. I'm just going to go ahead and say that. I feel like having this in my lap in bed would be kind of too much after a while. It's so easy to maneuver a 14-inch laptop. Like, if you're laying down, it just feels like a featherweight on you. And yeah, regarding price cuts, Best Buy always does these deals that are like $400 off or something crazy. It'll be like $400 off, like this one is right now. Like not, or yeah, I think yeah. There's like at least 2 or 3 configs of this that are on sale right now. They're gonna do it with this one too. I mean, give it like I'm gonna say 3-4 months. They're gonna do price cuts on this guy if you can wait that long. Flow X16 or G16? That's a tough one. Um, I would probably pick the G16 right now because just that 4080, 4090 config. I wish the Flow had a 4090 configuration. I would pick the Flow if it was if they had that, you know. I just love the Flow, the fan noise on the Flow, um, the touchscreen, like all that. So, let's see. I'll do one more question. Oh, am I gonna do a VBIOS stream? Um, yeah. So I'm gonna let y'all know when I swap the VBIOS. It might not be tomorrow or the next day. It might be a couple weeks before I get that far, but I will let y'all know. I might do a live stream if it's like a big enough like breakthrough moment. Like if I get this thing running like a Scar 16 or something, I will definitely let you guys know. So stay tuned for that. I mean, it might happen. It might be possible. So y'all know me. I'm crazy with the stupid VBIOS swaps. A lot of people are like, "You're crazy for doing that," but I just think it's fun. I don't know. Don't at me. All right, y'all. That is it for now. So again, seriously, thank you guys. Like for real, thank you. This is my first live stream, so um, I hope I just answered some questions. I hope I gave y'all any information that you might have been thinking or wanting out of these laptops. It's there's so much more to explore on these guys. So over the next few weeks, few months, you know, I'm gonna daily drive. I'm gonna try to daily drive each one for a while, see how I like it. Give some more conclusive thoughts later on. But I hope this at least helped for like initial impressions. I hope I helped disprove a lot of the reviews out there that I'm already seeing that are kind of spreading a little misinformation, and you guys saw it firsthand. I was able to hit time spy scores a lot higher than a lot of these reviews, like, and that was pretty much out of the box. So I just hope that you guys found some of this useful, and I think so far I'm impressed with these laptops, and again, thank you guys so much for watching. Hopefully, I'll get a good review out here sooner rather than later. I might even do like a mid-length review or something, and then a full length or something like that, just to get it out faster. But I'm just kind of playing with different ideas. Anyways, before I talk too much, thanks so much, guys, again for watching. Have a good rest of y'all's night. See you guys later. I gotta figure out how to stop the stream.